Yeah, I do. You have Ken's number, Jessica? Okay, thank you. Yeah. Let Yeah, let's just I say we just go down the list, just play a clip. That'll keep it easy. We can just riff off of it. Jess, is it coming through the Revite Legacy YouTube now? Oh, it won't. Okay. No, I'm just going to Facebook and now oh, this looks like it's going through my to my soul streams. Okay. All right, so Jess, you can go ahead and take it off if I went on live streams. I mean on soul streams. You. Woo! Absolutely. Happy book launch day, everyone. We are so excited. This is a day we've been waiting for such a long time. And yes, today we're launching, we're blasting the book off, hoping it's going to go into the stratosphere. But we're also grounding the book today by bringing it to earth. And along the lines of what Mark is saying is that anything that we manifest, comes from a higher realm and it precipitates down where it grounds into the earth. And just like we did as souls, we came from heaven, we came from higher vibrational frequency and we grounded into this earth plane. So today we're grounding a very important project. This book is a true labor of love. This man, Frederick Joseph Ikram Coder, my father, um, extraordinary man, extraordinary life, extraordinary, incredible influence. His story is an inspiration. His story is something that can help to lift and uplift you. That's why we wrote the book. That's why we're offering this book today to everyone. Um, I'm just thrilled. I'm really excited. I want to thank everybody who has already pre-ordered. I want to thank everybody who sent so much love and so much gratitude and so many wonderful testimonies from people who have been touched by my dad, by his work, and by his life. And the legacy is only going to expand and continue from here. This book is a bridge to the next phase of Reverend Ike's amazing impact on the world. So we thank you for joining us today. Mm. No question. See, the thing is, I love someone posted, I don't do church, but Rev Ike I can rock with, right? So here's the thing, right? Rev Ike will rock your soul. And we're talking about soul energy today. That's the thing. See, as human beings who are souls enwrapped in a physical body, we are spirits in physicality. We need to be connected with our soul. And with all of the work that I do, anything that I do, including this book, see, I wouldn't have done this work about my dad if I didn't believe in who he was, what he did. He was a soul connector. He helped people connect to their souls, that ultimate seat of self worth and value and dignity uh, from the God in me. And from that place of understanding God in me, I know I am worthy of all good things because I am a living soul given life by the creator, animated by God themselves. The animating force of the universe flows through me at every second. So when we reconnect consciously with our souls, are reminded of that fact and we touch into that energy and we feel that energy. So let's look at how Reverend Ike rocks people's souls. Let's play that first clip. We've got clips from that to play. So, well, his father was a minister, a very, how do you say, broad minded in some ways, an expansive minister, a black man, obviously, who came up through, even before Jim Crow started. He grew up in that situation, but he had the idea that he could be successful and that he could create um, more than what a white dominated society told him that he could create. And he was a minister. And so he actually mentored my dad after he started getting wind of my dad as a young preacher. Then he came around and started, taking some of the credit and mentoring my dad. And then you have the country preachers, the healers, the people who are baptizing people in the creek and healing diseases and doing these different things. They inspired my father. For the most part, it was the people outside of the mainstream church, and that's why my dad probably got kicked out of mainstream religion later, started his own thing. But those were some of his inspirations. But also there are the people like Mary Baker Eddy, P.P. Quimby, Neville Goddard, great metaphysicians and people who taught mind science and taught soul science and taught spirit science and the esoterics of the truth of how the breath and the spirit of God flows through us, makes us more conscious human beings, and enables us to continue the creation. And by creating lives of joy and abundance that we want to have. Mm, I tell you. All right. Yes. I believe in the divinity in me. Now, positive self awareness, he's not talking about ego, he's talking about the truth of the God within. This is the first key of what I call my father's keys to success, believing in the God within. And when you do that, as he says, knowing who I am in God, who God is in me. That is true self awareness, God self awareness, believing in the divinity in me. And I just want to take a moment to invite everyone to think about this. Do you know that God is in you? Do you know that God is in you? Do you know that God is in you? If you don't know it, can you conceive of the idea that God is in you? Can you start to believe that God is in you? And see, my father was of the ilk that if you don't believe God is in you, where else could God be? God is certainly outside, all around us, but God is within us as well. If God were not within us, we would not be alive. It's the animating force. It's the energy within every cell of our beings. The scientists tell us it's the mitochondrial, it's the ATP energy produced in the mitochondria of the cell. Yes, certainly. But what's behind that? There's a universal animating force that energy in our cells has precipitated from. God created and we came alive. Do you believe that God is in you? God is in you. You are a living soul given life by the Creator. That's foundational belief number one. for sure. And this idea that we are infinite, Mark, that you're bringing up. See, part of really understanding and believing that God is within us. See, the universe moves and is maintained and was created, but moves and maintains and continues with through the faculty of energy and force. Okay, energy and force. And I don't mean force, not impact, not power over, but true power, which is an energy and a force. For example, take gravity. Gravity is one of the forces of the universe. And it not only holds us down and grounds us on this planet, we talked about grounding earlier, it is also a force that holds the earth in its spin, holds its axis steady, and holds the Earth within its orbit and within its place in the solar system and the larger galaxy. Gravity is one of those forces of nature that the Creator used to create, to position, and continually uses to maintain. That very force is working within us. And there are ways you can, for example, work with that force. When you understand how that gravitational force even works in the cells and the atoms of your body, and also those electromagnetics keep the atoms, the electrons spinning properly around the nucleus and in the atoms that comprise our bodies. And on so many levels, we have to come to understand we are infinite. And there's so much about this, and I'm just so excited about book launch day. But we do have some guests coming on, and I want to make sure, we get queued up for our first guest. I don't know if she's, but I'm so excited. Mm, yeah, yeah, definitely faulty beliefs. Um, See, our ability to believe in things is one of the great powers that God, the Creator, placed within us. Source put within us its own power so that we could continue the creation. We have the authority, the responsibility, the agency to use these powers belief, imagination, desire, expectancy, a whole raft of powers, God powers that we have. The problem is because we are unconscious of our true self awareness, we misuse these things. We let religion tell us that we are not one with God. We let something, whether it's politics, you name it, interpose itself between ourselves and our source. Then we're lost. I take back my belief. God has given me authority in this life. I know I have the power of belief. Therefore, when I take that back and understand God is not in the sky. God is in me. Well, yes. Well, actually, God is in the sky also because God is everywhere. But God is in me. And that unifies me with that sky father, with that power, and with that earth mother, and all of these, again, powers, forces of nature and spirit, and you name it. So, yeah, yeah. Interesting. Well, very interesting question. Well, why did my dad pass at 74? Why did Wayne Dyer pass when he did? Why does anybody die when they do? Why was Christ crucified at 33? My first answer is that you don't know the individual destiny of the soul. You don't know why unless you know the soul of that person. I will say that my father felt that his work in this form was done, that he accomplished what he came to accomplish. And I think at a soul level, that's often a reason why people leave. Ultimately, it's between the individual and their soul as to why they move on. Just like, why are we born when we were born? Ultimately, to me, it's a soul level choice. And I can't say what that is for anyone unless I know them at a soul level and they have shared that with me somehow. But I know my dad, for example, did say he was going to continue to teach and preach from the other side. And, here you go, right? This is the next dispensation. So his work continues. And one thing Exactly. And one thing about life and death, we tend to get so caught up in the form, this physical form. Just remember that this is the clothing for the soul, and the soul is immortal. The soul and spirit is infinite. It continues. So the waves and the energy, the force that my father is in consciousness continues to move right now. So let me use that as a segue. My father has touched so many people. And the first guest that we're bringing on, I met just maybe just over a week ago, a remarkable woman named Joy Donald. She is, and she has an amazing testimony about how my dad, her family used to listen to my dad and what the connection is there. But she is such a wonderful, positive, successful mover in the world. And she's co-founder for the Center for Intersectional Media and Environment. She's written two books and was a best-selling author on Amazon for African American poetry. So let's please bring on Joy Donald. Oh, hello, Joy. Oh, so good to have you on. Thank you for coming today. Yes. Mm, mm, mm. Mm. Or mm, 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 be before we let her go, Joy, someone just wrote, "You're bringing a word," and that's very true. So, in honor of what you're bringing us, thank you for bringing in the grandmother energy, the mother energy, this interconnectedness, and the truth that we're linking heaven and earth in this physical form. I'd like to just take a moment and invite everyone so that we can embody this energy and this truth. We'll just invite everybody. Just close your eyes and let's center. Let's go into this place. Yeah, of course. But if you're sitting there in your own space, just take a moment to center. And as Joy spoke of the roots of the plants that her grandmother taught her about, you can imagine right now that out of your feet, out of your tailbone, there are roots going deep into the earth. And as those roots go deep into the earth, they connect you into the great mother, into the great grandmother who holds us every day of our lives and never lets us down. And at the same time, there's energy streaming down into you from the cosmos. Some speak of that as the Sky Father, however that manifests. But these energies link within your heart. And as you bridge heaven and earth, you can feel your own eternity, the God in you, and that you are animated by the forces of nature. So just take a moment in this presence and in this consciousness to feel into that state, into that flow from above to below, and cycling back around through you again. And let's breathe into that place. Deep breath of flow and release. And let's take this awareness with us. Let's really embody this. What we're doing today, we're not just talking about these wonderful ideas. We want to embody these truths. We're going into the substance of a great teacher, a great father, a great mentor to many people. Someone who knew that God was within him, that God is within him. And we're doing this to magnify that truth within each one of us. So, in that consciousness and in that presence, we thank you, Joy, for being with us. And believe you me, we, Rev Like Legacy, we will be availing ourselves of your expertise of this interconnected heaven and earth branding that you are such an expert at. And we thank you for being here on our book launch day. We appreciate you. Bless. God bless you, Joy. Thank you. Absolutely. Blessings to you here. Amazing woman. Say again? Yeah, is Kev ready to go on? So let well, absolutely. Reverend Kevin Ross. So, Reverend Kevin Ross wrote the preface of the book. He also helped with formulating some of the earlier versions of the book. And, he did some of our early interviews, a few years back. And he was mentored by my father. He is like a spiritual brother to me. We connected very strongly after my father passed. He is pastor of Unity Sacramento, a wonderful New Thought church here near here, but in Sacramento, California. And just a wonderful man. He's recently received his master's from Harvard. And Kev, let's bring Rev Kev on. He's got so much positivity to share with us. God bless you, brother. Welcome. Absolutely, yeah. All right. Oh, yeah. That's great, Kev. Thanks for that story. That's awesome. And you can tell from my spiritual brother's excitement, how my dad's spirit affected people, how his awareness and his consciousness positively resonated to people. And see, when I said earlier that the universe operates and is maintained by energy and force, energies and forces of nature and the cosmos, the force of our consciousness and our spirit. Again, you see how these vibrations flow out and affect people like Joy Donnell and Rev Kev here, and Mark Victor Hansen, who Mark attributes so much of his success from my dad's influence. There are millions of stories. There are so many testimonies. The influence. That's why the book is called Reverend Ike, An Extraordinary Life of Influence. These waves of consciousness ripple out and it changes everything across time and space. By my being here where I am, by you being where you are watching us, we're changing each other right now with the flow of our consciousness. When we unite, where two or more are gathered, there I am in your midst, and miracles happen. And Kev, I just want to bring it home with some of what you said to the people, to our friends watching. One of the great things you said is, how can I expand and release a greater version of my soul and myself? This book shows us how to do that because, as you said, it's not just my dad's story, it's everyone's potential story. The success that this man created and manifested from his life as a little boy in the Jim Crow South to a minister of an untold success and influence on the world, we can experience that in our own way. It's not going to be like his, it's not going to be what his was because we are individual and unique souls. But you will find keys in here to manifest that life that you desire, that positive influence. You can send waves rippling out that will change for the good yourself, starting with yourself, family, friends, community, society, the world, the entire planet, and it will continue to ripple out beyond the cosmos, coming back to you in a never-ending cycle of increase in enjoyment, as my dad used to say. This is your story too. When you read this book, you will discover the shift maker in you. So we yeah, wonderful, Ken. Oh, bless. Indeed, one of the people in the book, besides you, Reverend Bishop Jack Bomar, is going to be joining us in the noon hour. He'll be here, and he there may be a special surprise guest he has with him. I'm not sure yet, but Kev, what you're saying, um, it's very important, and what you're saying about using this book to help this be the best year we've ever had. 2024 opens up the door to the miracles that we desire, to the transcendence, to the personal transformation. And so, this first key of my father's success, identifying with God in you, the second key to his success, as I've defined, from that power of God within, there are powers. There is energy and force that we can deploy, as I said earlier, like our ability to believe, like our desire, our expectancy, our attitudes about things. And we learn how to use these things like a painter, using paint and brushes and the canvas and working, creating our reality. And we develop a certain artistry when we bring consciousness to this, doing it consciously with, as he said in the first clip, our divine self awareness. Knowing that I am one with God, God is my Father, my source, creator, however you want to relate and whatever terminology you use, that power is within me, and therefore there are powers that I have to deploy. So he deployed those powers. For example, his power of imagination. And you will learn in this book how he did that and how you can do that. You can become an artist deploying those beautiful artistic powers and gifts that God put in you to paint and to make beautiful landscapes and to manifest things in your life that you maybe thought you couldn't before. But there's a lot of juice in here. There's a lot of secrets that we share. And yes, there is magic. I believe in magic. I have seen magic and I make magic in my world personally. So the magic is here and we're bringing that forth. I think this will probably be a good time for another clip and to show this shift maker in action, huh? Fire. Fire. Is the man on fire or what? I mean, talk about embodying forces of nature and energy. He had it, and that energy is still flowing through us and with us now. Your faith is no your faith in God is no good to you unless and until you believe in yourself, because your belief in the God in you is the activator of your inner power and your inner fire. That fire of the soul that was placed within you before you were born. See, that fire had to be put in there, like a rocket, it lifts off. The fire happens on the ground before it even lifts off. So we had the fire before we came here. That fire moved us onto this earth plane and it continues to burn. There are some forces that would want to quell and squelch that fire, but we don't let that. We command our own authority and retake our belief in ourselves, retake our own authority and our ability to have joy and create all the good that we want in our lives. And by example and by resonance, remember, where two or more are gathered, there's a powerful resonance where miracles happen. We take that back and we consciously create these fields of great possibility that become probability and then actuality. And we manifest those things. I mean, one of the things that he started off by saying, use your God power to create what you desire in your life. This is your manual for doing that. Yeah. Yeah. I've been getting notices that books are arriving early and they're being shipped out. They were being shipped out, before yesterday. Indeed, yeah. So we're here on page 70, right? Supernatural, natural miracles, healings. And there's the principle, first of all, in these healings. I mean, my dad was not as well known as a faith healer, but he was a powerful healer. He would lay hands on people. He would have the congregation or the gathering put their hands towards people and focus healing energy toward them. He would pray for them. They would pray together. And what was happening, and my father is the first to tell you this, is that he wasn't healing the person. He was being a conductor of what I mentioned before, earlier. energy and force, forces of the universe, forces of the cosmos that we all have within us. And it is very much the principle where two or more are gathered, there I am in your name. And Kevin was talking earlier about raising our frequency. That's the key to it. All of this is about raising our vibrational resonance. Everything emits a vibrational frequency, every person, every idea, every concept. And when we buy into certain ideas and concepts, that will affect our vibrational frequency by what's called the law of resonance. Christ demonstrated this because when you walked into the presence of Christ, there was an intention that Christ held. First of all, he could see your divine nature, who you truly are, who you are in God and who God is in you, and call that forth, right? Lazarus, come forth, wake up from the dead. There is a power and force that calls forth the higher vibrational energy within us, within the very cells of our body, within the very thought cells of the patterns that we carry in our mind. When we enter a field of energy that is high in vibration, we have a choice. We can raise to that higher level. We can be impacted in such a way that we are positively lifted, or we can shut down and block it out. And that will often send us into various crises of healing or health that we experience. But my father was able to see the truth of the person that he was working with and bring the support of everyone that was in the place where they were doing the healing. And in this place of touching and agreeing, the possibility for miracles to precipitate, for that divine energy to collapse into form, wash the sickness away, bring in the healing and the wholeness. To heal means to make whole, to increase wholeness. So the vibration of greater wholeness was able to enter the person because they agreed with it. They were able to let go of the lower vibrational sickness and bring in the health and the healing. And I've seen so many amazing things happen. Mark was just talking about this family, this foster family, if you will. Wonderful Nana who mentored so many beautiful children back in this, going back to the 60s and into the 70s and into the 80s and even the 90s. She would come to church. And at one time, she brought one of our wonderful friends, Ava, and her little foster brother, Gary. And they were having physical problems. Ava had the condition that Mark mentioned, and Gary had a hole in his heart as a 2-year-old boy, I believe. And so Dad had them bring Gary Richards, to the front and began the healing, raised hands toward him, placing hands on the boy, calling forth the health and the perfect state of inner divinity. And remember, the first key, first secret to the success is identifying with the God within. And that God within is whole, it's complete. It's very high resonance, high vibrational. And when you touch that energy, bzzz, you get that power and force coming into you, through you, and it can move absolutely anything. Whatever the doctors say about negative health conditions and issues can be moved and can be changed and turned on a dime. I've seen it. So that little boy, Gary Richards, had a hole in his heart, went back to his doctor, took an x-ray, the hole in his heart was gone. And so Gary is a contemporary of mine now. He's in his mid 50s now, I think, and he's lived a healthy life since then. So we have this principle, this idea, God in us. It's not just an idea or a concept. It's a living energy. And it's a living energy that we harness when we bring our consciousness and our belief to bear, right? Be you transformed by the renewing of your mind into believing of who you truly are in God and God is in you. Ah. Oh, that's Kev, that is wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. Let me just say about about Gary. His You're going to love to read his story in the book. It's an absolutely touching story. I just touched on it, but there's more depth in the book about his story. And yeah, go ahead, Kevin, please. Mm. Oh, my brother, we appreciate you bringing your positive energy, your consciousness, your love for my dad, but also exemplifying what he taught you. And, you sat at his feet, you traveled with him, you learned from him. And also going back to Bishop Carlton Pearson, our great friend, I wonder how many people know that, when Bishop Carlton Pearson was basically excommunicated from his denomination of unfortunately very narrow minded people. My dad wrote in Gospel Today several times on his behalf, supporting him. Say it again. Oh, yes, Christianity Today, writing in support of Bishop Pearson, and just trying to help people understand more of what this awakening into New Thought is about. Now, New Thought, to me, that's just a term to me. I grew up with this. So I heard New Thought for the first time, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago. I'm like, what is New Thought? Yeah, you're languaging something that just is a way of thinking. But New Thought, ancient wisdom, as Reverend Michael and a lot of people say, it's been around since the beginning. But Carlton Pearson had a really good relationship with my father. And I appreciated so much Carlton's journey and his stepping away from the tremendous influence of that huge denomination. It does mirror my father's own experience. And we get into that in the book also about how my dad, surmounted those odds of being kicked out for things like, he would take the kids out. And some of this specifically is not in the book. The overall is. So I'm sharing some things that are not disclosed directly, but he would take kids to play baseball after church on Sundays. He got flack for that. Um, he gave credence and credit to other religions and thought systems such as Buddhism, Islam, etc. in his um, PhD dissertation. That got him in trouble. um, he identified with God truly as a father the way Jesus Christ did. That got him into problems with some of the more um, strict and narrow-minded denominations. So he was kicked out of the church and started his own thing because he just couldn't exist within the narrowness of the box that they were trying to keep him in. And that is part of his and Carlton Pearson's lesson to us is don't stay confined in mental, emotional, doctrinal, religious, whatever kind of boxes, familial boxes, even that your family wants to put you in. Don't get stuck in those places. You have to have the courage to break out. So, one of the powers and keys to my father's success was his courage in breaking out. You said my dad, Kevin, was a shift maker. The first shift he made was in himself and in his own life. And that shift has helped thousands upon thousands of people to transcend their circumstances into something greater. That's what this book is about. And that's what we're sharing with the world here today on this launch. So thank you, Kevin, and thank you everyone who's chiming in. I'm seeing India Cook, Anthony Cook, BJ Van Etten. I'm seeing people from the UK, Joy Roselle. Uh, Thank you all. We feel the love and we so appreciate this. We're going to continue with this. This is just the launch, right? The rocket's taking off, but it's going to the stratosphere and it's going beyond. So we're going to continue with live streams, book clubs, you name it. We're going to be doing it. Ah, wow. Absolutely. Thank you, Patricia. Everyone, we so appreciate you. Bishop Jack Bomar. All right. So the story continues to get more and more interesting here. So, yes, Bishop Jack Bomar is a wonderful New Thought minister. He is someone who I actually appointed at pastor at the United Palace, back in 2011 ish. And he did such a wonderful job there. I asked him to go to the South Carolina Church, United Church in Beaufort, South Carolina, which is the first and only brick and mortar church that my father built, even though he had many followings and congregations around the country and listeners around the world. The church in Beaufort is the first and only brick and mortar church that he built back in 1962, I believe. So for 70 years, and we just had a wonderful groundbreaking there for the Rev Ike Resource Center, which our plan is to have it open in a year's time. So much of a story to tell there, but Jack revitalized that church along with many of the longtime members, some who were there at the founding and even before that church was founded, like Mother Cleo, who is also in the book, and Sister Mary Ward, who is also in the book. You're going to hear some of these stories from these amazing, um, I want to say old timers, and I say that as an honorific, but our elders who have been with us for decades and decades and have supported my dad in the ministry. Jack is doing just an incredible job, and now he has an international gathering, Hillside United coalition of churches that includes Beaufort. There are churches in South Africa, Hawaii, Memphis, Tennessee, and all over the place. And he is just an absolutely wonderful man. So I want to bring him on to talk about his experience with my dad, even though he never physically met my dad. He knows him very well. Bishop Jack, are you there? We hear you just fine. And it's so good to have you with us. Yes. Yes. Mm, mm. Well, we are honored to have you. We see you. Can you still hear us, Jack? Can you hear me? I'm not sure. Okay, good, good. Yes, well, we're honored to have you with us and to have you as a part of our family and the legacy of Reverend Ike. And do you want to share how you have met my dad in the invisible and how he, in a sense, started talking to you and working with you when you started with the church? This is this is the house I grew up in. Yes. Mm, mm. Mm. Wow, Jack, that is profound. And there are other stories you've shared with me that show me. And My father is, and I think Kev may have been the first one to articulate this in such a way that it dropped in to my consciousness that my father is my closest ancestor. He is in that realm of ancestry. And as we know, the ancestors are there at our beck and call. They are a host of consciousness because we know that soul spirit never dies. Spirit goes through a journey of many lifetimes, but soul is continuous and immortal. And my father, as my closest ancestor, so you're talking about a time he passed in 2009. So you're talking about either just before he passed or right after he passed, he began to appear to you. And it sounds to me, prepping, as he said, I'm going to continue to minister from the other side. And as he's looking, it's like, oh, here's a wonderful spirit soul who is simpatico with the vibration. And that's the thing, it's vibrational resonance. And there's a word that's coming to me that speaks to that. But prepping you, you know, to be able to carry part of the mantle. And so my father also visits me still in dreams. I remember one of the most first profound visitations I had after he passed is he came into the threshold of my doorway. Did you say he was in the doorway when he visited you? Or you said something like that. He was standing somewhere particular. Well, there you go. He was standing at the threshold of my bedroom between the outside patio and the bedroom. He had his Kangol hat on. He had these Bermuda shorts, a Hawaiian shirt, and he just began talking to me and saying soothing words to me in a way. It was like, I'm with you, son. Carry on. You're doing just fine. Everything's going to be okay. And he continues to visit me regularly in dreams. So I just want people to know this. This is a book of ancestry. This is the book of this contains the ancestral mojo of a man named Reverend Ike, Frederick J. Eichencoder, who happened to be my father, who carried a healing essence into the world, an awakening essence, a healing essence, and a presence, and a message for the world that is going to continue to resonate and vibrate throughout all time. And those of you who are simpatico with this vibrational essence, you can receive it, and it will be a blessing to your heart, blessing to your soul, and blessing to your spirit. Wonderful. Mm. Yes, let's have another look. Look what came out of the presence of God in me. Thank you, Father. Yes, absolutely. Yes, very. That's well, exactly. You see, it's claiming what is in that divine level. Faith is what substance of what's not seen. But the fact that it's not seen doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It does exist. It's in those unseen realms. So what you're doing with your faith, thank you, Father, gratitude, you're attaching your magnet to that and you're drawing it in. And I've had an experience, and my dad tells a story, even at this level, of valet was bringing his car out to him, and he pulled out. He thought he was pulling out a $10 bill to give him a tip. It was a $50 bill. So he handed it to the guy, and the guy's eyes got big. He said, "Oh, thank you, sir." And my dad couldn't take it back. That $50 bill gravitated right out of his hand into that valet. And I've had the experience with this book. There have only been a few, up to this point, a few advanced copies, right? So I've been showing it to people. And so one by one, pre copies, I've been showing the people, and their eyes get big and they're, "Oh, thank you. Is this for me?" And I'm like, "Yes, it is. Please enjoy the book." See, you get into that state of claiming it and in a place of joy and knowing and the wonder of, wow, look at this. Look at this, is that here, this opportunity, this presence, this abundance, this grace, this gifting. And you receive it. There's nothing that can keep it from you. What do you say about that, Jack, in your experience? Okay. What do you think about that, Jack? Yeah, we got you. Mhm. Amen to that. I I just want you bring up my mom, Mark, and I don't want to end this live stream without mentioning my mom. I know we're going to conclude this at a certain point so we can go over to Amazon Live, but chapter that starts on page 108, Reverend Ike proposes to the future Mrs. Ike. One of the great stories in this book, and I hope my mom is watching. Are you there, Mom? One of the things I love about this book is there's also a love story in here. And you're going to hear my mother talk about my dad. How many times or places have you ever heard this? Those of you who know my mom or have seen her, you know she's a very quiet person. And I just, every time I read their story, I just well up. You're going to read about the romance. You're going to read about how they meet. In fact, in the back of the book, we have some amazing pictures. You have to get the book to see them. I'm sorry. We have a picture of the very day that my mother and father met. Is that amazing? She played organ in a church that he came to speak to in Boston, Massachusetts. That story's in the book, and you'll hear about their courtship and their marriage, and it's a wonderful love story. So I want to take this a moment here to honor my mother, Eula May Eichenkoder, Mrs. Ike. As I said at our groundbreaking for the Reverend Ike Resource Center just a couple of weeks in Beaufort, on that holy ground, that sacred ground, the first church, brick and mortar church that my father built from the ground up. When you look at my mom, you are seeing 50% of Reverend Ike's success. She not only stood behind her man, she stood beside him, with him, and even went before him because she handled the business that allowed him to spring forward and to jump off into the world and deploy his amazing talents, which, by the way, is the third key that I've distilled. That is my father's success. The third key is deploying those talents that flow first from the God within us, identifying with that power. And then, secondly, the powers that flow from that God source within. And thirdly, the talents, gifts, strengths, abilities that flow from those powers that we have a personal cellular mandate to deploy in the world and to bless, to give and gift to the world by dint of our existence. Each of us as a human soul, we made a commitment. We made a promise. I am going to come into this world and I am going to give forth the bounty that God has placed and packed within me. One of the deals I believe that my mom made is I'm going to hook up with this extraordinary man, and together we are going to bring our extraordinary gifts into the world and change the planet for the better. And through Reverend Ike Legacy, And through the book, my mom is one of the, I would say, unsung contributors and authors, wife and Mark's wife. But my mother, her story is just amazing. And when you see Reverend Ike and his success, know that there is a powerful woman right beside him. So, Mom, we love you and we bless you. Amen to that. All right. There you go. We got 5 minutes left with Jack. I wanna go right back to Jack Bomar. What do you think, Jack? Mm, I would have been all of 6 years old, and I remember sitting in so many of those meetings right there, in the front while dad was doing his thing, and it was just, absolutely, uh, amazing, amazing experience. But we just have about 5 more minutes with Jack Bomar, Bishop Jack, and I wanted to ask you, Jack, in the clip we showed before this, we saw Dad standing at the United Palace on that wonderful opulent stage talking. Can you share with us what was it like to stand there and preach in my dad's uh, footsteps, so to speak? And Jack, there are so many great stories to tell, including the groundbreaking and baptism we just had together in Beaufort. Oh my God, you talk about ancestral down home. We're going to tell that story. I'm committing to continuing podcasts and shows like this, and we'll get together and talk about those things specifically about that down home legacy. Thank you so much, my another spiritual brother of mine, Jack Richard Jack Bomar. And I want to thank my spiritual brother Kevin Ross for coming on. I also wanted to thank Joy O'Donnell for being with us. I didn't know we were going to go on through the whole hours. I would ask Joy 2 hours, Joy to stay with us, but we have some another special guest. We want to bring in some more wonderful, special feminine energy. And Cleona O'Hara, the CEO of. Say again? Okay, please do. Gentlemen, we have a few minutes, and is Cleona with us? Aren't we transitioning to Amazon soon? Let's get her in before we have to transition. Good. Yay. Mm. Cleona, thank you so much. You're such a point of grace. You have such an amazing, graceful energy, and it has been a wonderful experience working with you and your people and the institute. And I have such respect for the work that you do and the way you've deployed these coaches out into the world to help people change their mind, to change their mindset, to come to understand a lot of the principles from Think and Grow Rich that my father also studied and respected greatly. And we're helping to change hearts heal minds, lift spirits, you know, upon wings of inspiration, so that people's spirits can truly soar the way that they're meant to be, into greater freedom, into greater joy and happiness, health, love, success, prosperity, wealth, abundance, yes, and even more money in their lives. And this is the forward, by the way, in the book by Bob Proctor. Mm. Here she goes. Get ready. Here she goes. Thank you so much, Cleona. I appreciate this. We appreciate this. KK says I'm in it with Cleona. And so, Cleona, you're exemplifying what you're bringing. You brought in the principle of love and light. Now, of course, love is the ultimate commandment. I say it's the only commandment. Love each other as you love yourself, which is an understanding that we love ourselves correctly, first of all, right? And that's as my dad taught. We come to understand the God in us, and God is love. So we come to love ourselves. So you're exemplifying that. And the light, it says Christ is the light of the world. And as my dad taught, the Christ is the one who knows that I and my source are one. And so that Christ light exists within each one of us. And each one of us is therefore the light of the world. And when we turn on that light, we illuminate it for each other, for everybody else. And as Joy was saying earlier, our interconnectedness, when we turn this light on together, it just creates such a brilliant atmosphere. And the darkness then exists simply as something to cast interesting shadow play on the wall, to give us contrast, just to give us another dimensional, oh, that's an interesting perspective on things. It's not this big, overwhelming thing that then can consumes us. The light puts the darkness in its place and in its space. So thank you for bringing your love, your light, offering what you've just ordered, this. Going to be great, and I will definitely be there to participate and to interact and just help any way that I can to communicate these wonderful truths and these powerful. I mean, like, awesome. So true. No doubt. Oh, oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a powerful one, and that, relates directly into what my dad was saying in that clip where he referenced the loaves and fishes. The prayer and the manifestation was Jesus looking to heaven, "Thank you, Father." Boom, and you manifest the loaves, you multiply the loaves and fishes, miraculously. And the thing about miracles, one of the many things that miracles are is that is something beyond our ability to imagine or expect or believe. Not just the biggest, greatest thing you could ever expect, imagine, or believe, but beyond our capacity of imagining, expecting, and believing it. When you let go and say, "Thank you, Father," like I said, my dad thought he was handing a 10 to the valet. It was a $50 bill. The guy says, "Thank you." Boom. That 50 was his. When I'm handing this book just to show people when they say, "Oh, thank you. Is this mine?" Yes, it is. Enjoy the book, please. In that moment of thank you, you hit this vibration that is pure gratitude embodied, and the love and light that you spoke about. That's the place, that's the resonance you live in. So yeah, we will do some meditations to get into that thank you source state of being where it can all instantly manifest for us, and everything that is unlike God can automatically dissipate. We can let it go. Exactly. You're okay. No. Thank you. Yep. Let's do it. Yes. Mm. Wow. The presence of God in me breaks the chains of anything that binds me. What else do you need to say? The presence of God in me breaks chains of anything that binds me. Exactly. Absolutely. Mm. And I wanna shout out too to Salome in Kenya. Kenya is this place that is dear to my heart. I have a Maasai brother in the community, there in oh my goodness, just, I love Maasai people so much, and I also wanna thank Miles Miller says Revite has gotten me through some tremendous stretches, and we're seeing so many just great testimonies here on this chat. I wish we could capture this chat and, share it at a later point. I think that we can. But one of the important things that my dad mentioned there, he was criticized for materialism, which, by people who didn't understand where he was coming from. Um, my dad played with the illusion, with manifesting. And he was able to manifest things because he understood, first of all, that presence of God within. And as he said, it is the presence of God in me, that understanding that comes first. And all things get understanding. And seek you first the kingdom of heaven, and all these things shall be added unto you. When you reach that vibrational level where you understand that all of the physical is but an illusion, you can have as many physical playthings as you want. You can have the cars, you can have the homes. These are toys and things, and it's all for fun. It's all just a part of the joy. But what he understood is that the substance of all things is in the seat of the soul. And when we are in touch with that, we create for the glory and the greater good of everyone that's in our reality. Yes, we create fun things for ourselves, beginning with health, happiness, love, but we also create an environment where other people can succeed and prosper, and understanding that we're interconnected, and that when I raise my vibration, I'm making it possible for someone else who sees me or comes into my life or into my sphere to also raise their vibrational level. And we can all do this together. We can all go over the top. He also mentioned that he had a drug program. There were so many things going on at the church. Yes, counseling for drugs, counseling for businesses, counseling for relationships and marriages, all kinds of things. And my father was a tremendous giver. Cleona has come on, and each of our guests have been so gracious in giving what they're giving. And Cleona is embodying this giving nature, this giving heart by offering these teachings through the form of the book club so that we can all come together, touch and agree, and create a higher vibrational field and come into that thank you source state where everything is possible to manifest at once. But my father gave in so many ways that will never be spoken of because he didn't blow his horn that way. Some of it is in the book, and you'll hear some of the stories, and you'll hear some of the many ways he gave, supported so many educations for people from preschool all the way up to people becoming doctors. And at least one of the doctors gives their story with Reverend Ike in the book. David Montgomery, as a matter of fact, is one of them. So the giving, when we're in that state of thank you source and the loaves and fishes manifest, look how we are giving in that instance because we take on so much that it's not about just ourselves. We have so much we cannot contain the goodness, the bounty. I said on your summit, Cleona, that prosperity has to do with unpacking our bounty. Well, look at Jesus. Thank you, Father. Loaves and fishes magnified, multiplied, and he feeds a multitude of people. That's how we want to live this life, manifesting this bounty, this abundance, unpacking it for ourselves and for the world, and blessing everybody that comes around. Oh, it is a marathon, huh? Uh, I'm writing that down again, Ken. Thank you. Exactly. Yes, because 'cause you're coming from a scarcity mentality when you're begging, and in God there is no lack. Yeah. Absolutely, and my own grandmother, my dad's own mother believed, for example, that Black people were put on the earth to suffer. That's one of the things that you're gonna read in the book, and how my dad came out of that lack, mentality and the sense of impoverishment. I mean, believing that you're placed here to suffer, and we need to get out of that because, we all suffer in our own ways, and where we're doing that, we're living in scarcity. Even if we're millionaires or billionaires, there are places in our lives where we suffer. And we need to learn how to go into those places and liberate those parts of us that are suffering. We can get into that in the training as well. Yes. So Reverend Ike was very much a liberator of minds. And to read this book is to understand how to have your mind liberated. I recently presented this book to Dean Carter from Morehouse University, a giant in the civil rights movement who is in the lineage of Martin Luther King. And he has such respect for my father as my father did to him. And so my father was working the other flank of the civil rights movement by helping people to liberate their minds so that they could accept the fact that I have a dignity, I have a wealth, I have a human value that is 100%. And therefore, yes, by right of the God in me, I have a right to vote and I'm going to exercise it. I have a right to be prosperous in this society and I'm going to exercise it. I'm going to claim what is mine and I am going to show it forth. So invite you to join. Get the book. Let's work it. Let's liberate our minds so that we can go from glory to glory together. Thank you all. God bless. Thank you. That's wonderful. Thanks so much, Ken. Gratitude to you, man. And thank you, Cleona, for coming on. Thank you so much, Cleona. Yes, please. Remember, thank you, Father. Boom. Yes. Uh, All right, blessings. Wow. God bless you, Corona. Thank you so much. See you soon. All right.
It would heat you up or not, so I'll put it to 71.
What's wrong with this thing? Hey, I didn't catch it. What? Ah, yeah, beautiful. Is that a new short haircut? Ah, ah, well, you always look lovely. Me too. That would be great. Okay. All right. Okay. 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 All right. We can hold up the book though, right? Okay. Oh, my mic. Hello, Ken. Thank you. Great to be here with you. Absolutely. Well, I tell you, it's been exciting getting notices, starting 2 days ago that books were being delivered and people are getting them in their hands. And the feedback has been just phenomenal. It's proving to be such a blessing. This is a vibrational work here. Everything contains a vibrational frequency, and this book contains the vibrational frequency of a man and a mind that liberated himself from constricted surroundings and upbringings. A black man, black young boy, little boy born in the Jim Crow South, who became one of the most influential ministers in the world. And the story will empower you. For me, this is like a self improvement and success manual about how my dad, through the power of God within, that's the first tenet, the first principle that you learn about in the book, because that is the foundation of his philosophy, that God, the divine, exists within every human being. And when we own that and when we tap into that power, the world is our oyster. We can create whatever it is that we want. We can create our lives and our realities how we desire them to be, according to the higher will that works and moves through us. So you'll be inspired by this book, and it will uplift you and it will help to liberate your mind. Mm. True. So true. Were you going to play the clip now? Mm. Yeah, it was the third one that you played. You know it. Mm. Well, you know, there's so much to unpack there in what he was saying. First of all, this idea of the presence of God in me, the presence of God in each one of us. So, my father, as a metaphysical thinker, as a mystic, as a great mind and interpreter of scripture, he understood, and this is his perspective, that the story of Christ, this quality of being Son of God, represented every human being, and that every human being is a son, a daughter, a creation of God. And therefore, the story of Christ is the story of each person. And that includes the fact that we have this divinity within. It wasn't just about Jesus 2,000 years ago as the quote unquote only Son of God. It's humanity that is only begotten by God. God made us all. So my dad talks about this presence and power of God within us, God in you, he calls it. And so he shows how Jesus exemplified that on behalf of all of us. And therefore, as a child of God, as a son of the king, as my dad would say, because I and my father, or I and my source, are one, in this moment where there is great need, I'm not going to acknowledge scarcity because there is no scarcity in the divine. In this moment, I say, envisioning what I want, I say, thank you, Father, and it appears. And in that resonant state of saying, thank you, Source, there's no scarcity. You are acknowledging the truth of the fullness, the ever present, omnipresent God, the divinity that is within me, within everyone, and with everything. And so there is no scarcity, there is no lack, there is no limitation. So as Mark was alluding to, is one of the stories about my dad, how he saw this manifest in many ways. He manifested itself, but he would also see other people do it in his own presence. So, for example, my dad was giving thought he was giving a $10 bill to a valet who was bringing his car out. Turns out it was a $50 bill. And the valet looks at the bill and he says, "Oh, thank you, sir, so much." My dad saw the 50 and was like, "God bless you. Enjoy that big tip." Because in that moment, that valet did like Christ did, magnifying the loaves and fishes. Thank you, source. And he claimed the good. And so that's the lesson in this for all of us. That's the lesson in this book for all of us. Little black boy born in the Jim Crow South was told he was worthless, did grow up impoverished, but he said, "Thank you, Father." Instead of capitulating to the scarcity mentality, instead of capitulating to racist ideas about what Black people deserved and were capable of, he harnessed the God power within himself. One of those powers that come from acknowledging the presence and power of God within us is our imagination. So he used that power of imagination to magnify every good thing that he desired. Yes, including fancy cars. He was a kid. He would grab a stick on the side of a road and go pretend he was driving a fancy car. He would lay down at night on his bed, look up on the ceiling, visualize himself throwing lavish parties in his fancy big home. This is when he was in the depth of poverty. He used his imagination to manifest what he wanted. That's the lesson in his story for all of us, how we can do that. When you read the book, which I call a self-improvement and personal success manual, you'll tap into the power that he used and you'll see how it operates in you, and you'll be able to empower yourself to do the same thing in your own way, to harness your powers, imagination, expectancy, desire, all of these things that God has placed within us as human beings to continue the creation and to continue it according to goodness, beauty, and truth. Mm. Mhm. Wow. Mm, mm, mm. Oh, thank you, Chloe. Wow. Indeed. And and for those of you who may not know Reverend Ike, just a little bit of background with him. He was a famous evangelist. I would say he reached his height of success in the 70s, but he spanned from the 50s all the way into the 2000s. He made his transition in 2009, and he was on radio all around the world. He was on television, coast to coast in the U.S. And a matter of fact, celebrated people like John Lennon used to watch him on TV. As a matter of fact, John wrote "Whatever Gets You Through the Night," his first number one single in the U.S. when he saw my father say that phrase on television. And there's a documentary out now that goes into that. But so much influence. Billy Joel has a song called "So Long, Reverend Ike." So his influence reached all uh, across sectors and of society. And so every Sunday, the United Palace in Washington Heights, 5,000 people would pack the place, standing room only, to come and see him preach and to see him teach. And as I said, he was a liberator of minds. One of the things that he did is he helped Black people in particular get out of that limited old time religious thinking where it's somehow holy to be poor, and that somehow wealth and abundance and prosperity was a negative or a bad or a dirty thing. He helped people break out of that old mentality, which to me is it's really kind of a hangover from the slave mentality. So to be able to break out of that, and people came in droves for this kind of unique liberation theology. He was an evangelist, but he taught metaphysics. He taught principles that freed people, that broke the shackles from their minds, as some have said, and not just Black people, but as Mark himself has said, he helped liberate him to a greater idea of who he was, and helped him break his limited idea. That idea he didn't have to be bankrupt. There was something greater that this presence of God seated with him wanted from Mark. And Mark then took up the audacity to claim that and to live that out in the world. And that's part one of the many powerful lessons in this book, the keys to my father's success, acknowledging and owning the power and presence of God in you. Are you going to say something, Ken? Owning the presence and power of God within. That's foundational. That's number one, the divinity within us. Number two is understanding that how that divinity flows into us as power. And having that power, we are then empowered by the divine itself to continue the creation, and we become co creators with God. When I create the joy, the wonder, the beauty, the love, and the relationships, and all of the good things I can imagine creating in my life, when I do that, I am using the power that God placed in me to create. And the third key is then deploying that in the world, using my strengths, my abilities, my talents, all of those gifts for the benefit of everyone. And that flows out, is this bounty that I unpack that God has placed into me. I unpack it for the benefit of the world, and it ripples back to me as a true abundance. So these are some of the ideas and gifts that my dad brought, and a lot of it has to do with re-identifying and reimagining ourselves and coming into a true awareness of who we are as human beings. We are human, divine beings. Well, my dad called him his Viking son. Oh. Mm, mm, yeah. Yeah. Mm, mm, mhm. Indeed. Mm. And so, what you're talking about, Mark, and the title of the book, of course, is Reverend Ike, A Life of Extraordinary Influence, an extraordinary life of influence. And this is what we're inviting people to learn how to create extraordinary lives, lives that are beyond the good that you can imagine is possible for you. And there are methodologies and techniques, and there's a technology for thinking a certain way. Cleona can speak to that with the Think and Grow Rich material. Um, but Mark, you were taught what you were talking about was taking back our power, taking back those powers that God has given us that we sometimes misuse, misdirect, or do not use because we allow them to sit dormant within us. Often, whether it's media, whether it's religion, whether it's, whatever ism out there will interpose itself between us and our God-given power and authority. One of the scriptures says, all power is given unto me in heaven and earth. God has placed that power in you individually because you chose to incarnate into this planet, onto this earth. It's a choice. And you made a choice to be a human being. And when you made that choice, God said, all right, here we go. I'm going to fully infuse you with the power to continue the creation that I started. And with this power comes great responsibility and the freedom to do with it what you will. You can create negative, you can create positive, you can create health, you can create illness. It's up to you. So a lot of what Mark was talking about was that he was able to pull back the power of his thinking, which is human beings, that's one of our unique gifts. The ability to think and discern and to choose and to use our imagination and our ability to feel. Pulling these things back and saying, I choose my thoughts about this, that, the other thing. I choose how I'm going to feel about something. No ideology or party line or so called authority is going to tell me how to think, how to feel, how to be, because the authority is placed in my own soul. And that is the only place I can unpack it from in partnership with the divine. And what Cleona was saying before, which is so true, that when we bring the true sense of the life and the light and the love that we are into the world, we get to the other part, the extraordinary life, but then we get to the influence. We get to the vibrational frequency, the light that we put out as, whether we're Christian, whether we're Muslim, whether we're Hindu, whatever, as truly good-hearted people, agnostic, atheist, whatever, truly good-hearted people who are putting out a vibration of love, who are putting out a vibration of light and goodness and truth onto the planet that we can all touch and agree on and expand and multiply all of our goodness with. Mm. Mm. Well, that's true. Yes. And so when we take, we're taking because we're in a scarcity mentality. Now, the truth is there is no scarcity, but there is scarcity mentality. When we're in a scarcity mentality, we feel we have to grasp, we have to grab, we have to try and wrest our good from someone else. We have to wrestle it, or try to have power over, which is not power, by the way, domination, which is not power, because we've lost that center. And when we come from a sense of scarcity, we think everybody else has what we need. We think everybody else has something we want and we can't have it. And that's where we get jealous, we get envious, we get hateful. And you spiral down into those negative places because of the scarcity mentality. So, the scarcity mentality is one of the major things that we need to break free of. My dad taught so many people how to break out of the scarcity mentality. See, when we know there is a true abundance based upon the God that lives within me, who created an abundant universe, and when I tap into that power, it flows through me. The forces of the universe, in fact, are filling me right now, keeping me alive. There's no scarcity there. Every cell of my being contains a powerhouse mitochondrial, you know, nest of cells producing ATP. That's the energy I live on at a cellular level. And there's the light that comes into me. There's the life force. There's the force of gravity that helps keep me upon this earth and keeps the earth, on its axis and spinning in its cosmos and in the solar system. There are so many forces of the divine and of nature working and moving through us always. There is no scarcity. Scarcity is an illusion. In fact, all of physicality is an illusion. It's meant to be a beautiful illusion and an abundant illusion, and that's was part of what we have in this book. Is you'll see my dad's facility with manifesting things, and he does it from the place where he understands that physical is an illusion. What's real is God, spirit, soul. And when you create from that center, oh, we got fireworks here. I have no idea. I, that's either source or AI. I don't know. But when we create from that wellspring, divinity within, boom, it just sparks off such wonder and such abundance. Mm. Indeed. Indeed. Mm, mm, yeah. And manifesting ourselves is one of those keys to my dad's success that I've delineated. And manifesting ourselves again has to do with bringing out that truth. I mean, he says, "Believe in the good in you, believe in the God in you, believe in the divinity in you." So when you pull back your belief from all of those things that tell you you aren't, you can't, you or whatever, refocus on the good, the God, the truth, the divinity in you, then you can start to unpack that true bounty and, like you're saying, manifest yourself by giving those gifts to the world, and you prosper yourself, and then you prosper those around you. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it was pretty amazing. And I will say, you saw, I don't know if we showed any clips of him preaching from United Palace yet, but when you get that perspective of him on stage in this incredibly opulent place, and I grew up there listening to him do his thing and speak like that and talk like that. So he was one of my greatest spiritual inspirations growing up. He is one that I learned from. I would sit there and be inspired. As my own father, I'm inspired by what's coming out of him. And then you get the side of it where I go into his apartment at the Lincoln Center, and in comes Muhammad Ali, right? I'm 15 years old. Muhammad Ali comes in, and I'm just humming, humming, humming. My biggest idol, right? Ever, most famous man in the world, all of that. But just like I couldn't, and so that my dad's bragging on me, I'm on the honor roll, and I'm, sportsman, football player, all this, that, and the other. Muhammad Ali looks at me, he's like, hmm, you're not as dumb as you look. And I'm just humming, humming. Yes, Mr. Muhammad Ali, sir. So there was this bigger than life aspect, of living with my dad and being with him. And then there's the personal aspect. Every father and son relationship has its ups and downs and its conflicts. All of that's in this book. I share about that stuff. There's the dark side to every relationship. I mean, especially with a father who was so influential and thought that he could control everyone and everything. But we won't get into that here. But yeah, it was so many upsides to that life with my dad. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Mm, mm, mhm. Mhm. It is a great read. It's a compelling and fun biography, and it is something it's material that is gonna help you expand your own self-awareness and your own identity and image of yourself. That's one thing. My father was a transformational self-image magician. He helped so many people change the way that they saw themselves, think about themselves, feel about themselves, based on the ultimate 100% worth of the fact that God resides within us. We have a divinity within. And because we have that divinity within, we deserve all of the good that God is, all of the good that God, an infinite loving source, would want for us. If we simply open ourselves to it, we can have it, we can experience it, we can manifest it, and we can be it. Mm. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yep. Oh, wow. Oh, great. Thank you. Right? Make a clear-cut decision of what you want to be, to do, to have. Why then will it manifest? Because he says everything necessary to the fulfillment of that decision will start to happen. And this is because you are using the power of God within you. All the forces of nature, all the forces of the universe, therefore move to enact your decision. Even if you decide not to decide, that's a default decision. Therefore, all of the power of the universe will flow according to what you've not decided. So that's why we have to be conscious and take back the power of our thinking, of our feeling, of our deciding, all of the attitudes and beliefs, all of that. Take that back because this is God power that we harness in our own hands, in our own minds. And we deploy it with our choices and decisions for specific things and even with unspecific things. If we leave that power dormant, somebody or something is going to pick it up and use it for ill. Yes, thank you, Brenda. Congratulations. Yes. Mm, 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 mm. Yep, yep. Mm. Well, it'll definitely make great Christmas gifts, no doubt. And, the thing about giving is that when we're giving, we're not in a place of scarcity. When we're giving, and my dad used to say, you know, closed hand doesn't give, but it also can't receive anything. When your hand is open, you can give from that open hand, but you also receive. So when we're giving, it puts us into a flow state. My dad called it a never ending cycle of increase and enjoyment. And that sets us directly. I've been talking a lot about these forces of the universe and forces of nature today. It plants us directly where we're meant to be within that universal flow. We stop blocking the flow. We cut off, right, from what has been blocking that flow. And I love, thank you, Cleona, for the etymology there. Decision, much like, I guess, makes sense. An incision is a cut. So a decision is cutting away from those things that limit us. So we want to cut away that which blocks the flow. And scarcity mentality is one of those things that blocks the flow. And in scarcity mentality, we don't want to give because we feel like we gotta clutch or we gotta grab or we gotta take from other people. That's a terrible place to be in. Yeah. Mm, mm. All right. Ah, thank you. Mm, thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. I'd love to say that. So, the ultimate purpose of this book, as is my father's work and all of the work that I personally do, it's about inspiration. And that's not a throwaway word, it's not a throwaway term. Inspiration means about bringing in the breath of life, in spiritu, spirit, spirit. the breath of life. When we're inspired, we're bringing in the breath of God. It said, God breathed the breath of life into the human being, and the human being became a living soul. Every time we breathe in, we're taking in more life from source. Books like this, projects like this that are inspiring, breathe life into us so that we can spread our wings and we can fly and become who we're meant to be. We can cut off those things that limit us and block us from being more of who God believes that we can be. We become infilled with more of that breath of life, and we expand into more of who we are meant to be. So we invite you to get a copy of the book, imbibe it, take it in, be inspired. God bless. Mm. Thank you so much, Leona. I so appreciate your presence and all you've done for us. Thank you, Ken, for hosting us. Appreciate you very much. And thanks to my wonderful co-author, Mark Victor Hansen. And thank you for everybody who's tuned in and everyone who's buying books and helping to keep this amazing legacy going and strong in the world. Thank you. Wow. Wow. And wow. All right. So you guys were saying it's a marathon. I thought you were all exaggerating. No, we're just doing a few, live streams, chunk here, chunk there. Wow, 5.5 hours almost. Incredible. Wow. Thank you, Ken. But you're welcome. You're welcome. Cle- Oh, well, we'll get you a signed one. You need a signed one for sure. You deserve it, more than deserve it. Oh, mm. Oh, great. How many came on? Mm, uh-huh. Wow. Mhm. Mm. Mm. Alright. Awesome. That's great, and space to climb, man. We'll keep climbing too. Oh, she's back. Mm, mhm. Yeah, yeah. Well, so appreciated. I mean, both neither of you had to do any of this, and so I just thank you both, Cleona, for coming on today, and of course for the summit and everything that you're doing with the Napoleon Hill Institute. It's just fantastic, and I'm looking forward to more wonderful collaborations. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. For sure. Amazing. Mm. Absolutely. Mm. Yeah. He's I don't know. That's great. Yeah, well, yes, we both know him, and I'll definitely pass along to Michael that you like him to be on your show for sure. We so appreciate, I mean, from the beginning. Were you the first? I think you were our second podcast, and I mean, just from the beginning, you've been so supportive, and we really appreciate it. It's just been stellar. Mm, mm. Well, we'll continue to co-create together for sure. Amen. I'm in. All right. Much love to you both. Bye bye. Wow, wow, and wow. Wow. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, you were right, comma. That was a marathon, exclamation point. Almost 5.5 hours, period. Thank you, everyone, for your support, period. So much to carry on with from here, period. I look forward to debriefing in the next couple of days, period. Brothers, comma, thank you for coming on today, comma. It was such a joy to kick it with you too, exclamation point. We have a lot of good to develop and unfurl from this going forward, period. Five and a half hours. Comma. I'm still semi-conscious, exclamation point.
Your text message. Thanks. Your text message. Just finished 5.5 hours streaming, exclamation point.
and I'm still semi-conscious. ... Oh,